The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Commission for Independent Education. I am going to go ahead and call the meeting to order, and I will pass it over to our Commissioner, Sharon Taylor Ellis.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I'm Commissioner Taylor Ellis. We are meeting virtually via Zoom. Today is July 25th, 2024. Ms. Hood, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Taylor Ellis,
Present.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Whitaker,
Present.
Commissioner Cross,
Here.
Commissioner Marty,
Here.
Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Thank you. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag for the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for joining us this morning. This meeting has two viewing options as follows. Please use option 1 if you only wish to view the meeting. Navigate to the Commission's Agenda Information webpage and click on the webcast link available for the desired day. Today's agenda addresses degree granting institutions. These links will direct you to a live video feed of the meeting that will be used for viewing purposes only. This option does not allow for anyone to communicate with the Commission or staff. Please use option 2 if you will need to communicate with the Commission during today's meeting, including institutions on the agenda. Navigate to the webcast links referenced a moment ago and locate the Zoom webinar registration link under the video link. There is a separate registration link for each day, today the 25th and tomorrow the 26th. You must register separately for each day. This link will be used this link will send a confirmation email that contains additional instruction on how to proceed with viewing the meeting. When registering, please note the following. A separate registration is required for each user, as shared logins are not permitted. When registering, please enter your school name as it appears on the agenda in the designated organization box. This will assist with identifying schools during the meeting. The confirmation email contains instructions for dialing into the webinar for users desiring to call in. If your school is called, please raise your digital hand and unmute yourself. During the meeting, please ensure your device remains muted unless you are speaking with the Commission. It is recommended that only one device be in the same room at one time. If multiple devices are nearby, please be sure to silence the volume and make sure they are muted. This will prevent any feedback during the meeting. For users dial-in feature, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *mute to unmute your phone. For technical assistance with using Zoom, please use the Zoom Technical Support website link identified on the CIE website. For questions or concerns, please email cieinfo@fldoe.org. Thank you for joining us today and welcome. Due to this meeting's virtual format, we will forego the introduction of visitors. We ask that any individual speaking with the Commission on behalf of an institution to please state your full name and relation with the school. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes. We will consider minutes from the meeting held on May 30th and 31st, 2024 today. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as drafted. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, are all in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to approve May minutes is adopted. Ms. Hurst, will you please provide the Executive Director's report?
Good morning. Yes, I will. So the Student Protection Fund, as of June 30th, 2024, had a balance of $7,718,505.30, and there were no citations issued. Also of note, the modifications to Rule 60-2.004, Standards and Procedures for Licensure, Florida Administrative Code, which were made to align and clarify language in the Commission for Independent Education Form 801, which was incorporated by reference in 6E-2.004, was approved by the State Board of Education yesterday. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Junto, will you please provide our legal counsel report?
Good morning, Madam Chair. The only thing I have to report is that on June 28th, a duly constituted panel of this commission found probable cause against Vocational Training Institute, which is a licensed allied health school located in Green Acres, Palm Beach County. That probable cause was found for 5 distinct counts of attempting to obtain action from this commission by means of fraudulent misrepresentation. Specifically, the panel found probable cause that from or about April 28th, 2021, through or about June 11th of this year, the Institute repeatedly attempted to obtain approval from this commission to offer one or more programs by means of false verbal and written representations to this commission, as well as by means of submission of 2 falsified clinical affiliation agreements. The probable cause panel authorized issuance of an administrative complaint, which was filed on July 3rd. These events are detailed in the investigative report and in the copy of the administrative complaint, which is in the materials before you. The final paragraph of the complaint requests that this commission revoke the Institute's license and impose fines in the amount of $25,000. That is to say, $5,000 per count. The administrative complaint was served upon the institution on or before July 10th of this year. There is no action for you, commissioners, to take on the complaint at this time. The Institute has until August 1st to administratively appeal the administrative complaint. Madam Chair, if you or any other member has any questions on procedure for me or on the course of the investigation, I am at your service. We are not to try the merits of the complaint, as it were, at this time.
Thank you. Any questions from any other commissioners? I don't hear any. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are issues related to degree granting institutions. Item A on the agenda is for institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. There are 7 institutions ordered to appear. First, number 1 is Amaraza College, Fort Pierce, number 4596. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. This is Mark Murray. I'm legal counsel for Amaraza College. The owner is unable to attend this morning, so it's just me for now.
Thank you. Good morning. Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to this institution?
Chair, I have one question here, one comment. The new results came out for Q2, and outstanding job on that. NCLEX batting 100% is great for the year. So nice job there.
Thank you. Yes.
The question I had related to that is the volume is down by 80% versus last year. So is it more stringent admissions criteria, or is it holding back students from testing? What's the reason for such a lower number in volume?
Again, of course, I'm not at the school all the time, so I don't have a lot of details on that. My understanding from my discussions with the school is it is more stringent admission and also tightening up that exit exam. So it's a matter of how they're matriculating and getting out at the end. It's definitely the tightening up that's slowing it down. But I think that's to be expected. We see that a lot with schools when their rates go up, their enrollment goes down, and then ultimately their enrollment goes up because of the good scores. But it's just a matter of adjusting to the new to the new requirements for the program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Murray, how many students are currently enrolled in the school?
I don't know any except what's listed on, I don't have that number. I can certainly get it for you. I see what's listed as a head count on the staff summary. Of course, that's not current, but we can get you a current head count.
Yeah, I think that could validate Mr. Commissioner Cross's question, or at least provide us some more context if their enrollments are going up and graduate rate is improving, or if students are not being retained and not completing and not graduating, and that number then is going down. That correlation of the number of testers in Q1, which was 4, versus last year's full year of 71. Like Commissioner Cross said, it's a significant disparity. The numbers are good for the NCLEX scores, but current enrollment is, I'd be curious to see and understand where that correlates to that.
Sure. Yeah, we can put that together and get that submitted.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Is there any public comment on this matter? If so, please raise your digital hand and unmute.
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 2 is Essential School of Nursing Incorporated, Miami Gardens, number 6219. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Next institution is Fortis College, Cutler Bay, number 4423. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Nikki Good from Fortis. Also on the line, I have our brand new campus president, Marcus Horn, and our CFO, Steve Budosh, is also on the line.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments to the individuals on the call?
Chair, I have a comment.
Thank you.
So Nikki, I was about to congratulate you all on such a good Q1 start, or relative to last year. Then we saw the Q2 come out, and what is your take on what happened there?
Yeah, we saw a nice improvement in
Cutler.
Q1. We've been tracking the Q2 challenges that came. When we look at it, some of this we can see is really some older students, the December that waited to test. So I think that's part of it. We've made a couple of changes in the campus. We're pretty excited to see the April's coming out. We actually have 5 more people scheduled to test this month and 4 in August. We've done some changes in the campus that I think we still need to continue to tweak. One of them is, as I've talked to you guys before, we have a dedicated NCLEX coach, one that's been very successful. Those students that consistently work with her are currently tracking at an 85% pass rate. Those that do not are 32% pass rate. So we're trying to introduce her earlier in the program so they have exposure to her for approximately a year in the program, building that relationship throughout the program, her ability to build that relationship because she isn't on campus full time, I think will give us some benefit as we continue to go forward. I do want to note one of the things we track, as we know, the state only looks at first time pass rates, but I also care about students getting a job after they spend all this money to go to school. And one of the things we track is those for the retesting, because I still need them to work whether they pass the first time or the second time. And we're pretty excited with that December group because we're about 82% of those are licensed, while we only saw 73% pass on the first try. So progress is being made. We just need to continue the steps we put in and adjust as necessary.
So I'm sure you're all over this, but your Orange Park and Pensacola locations are just outstanding on pass rates. Have you looked at best practices there or the operation there? To try to
Absolutely. And
implement
it's the
in
same
color?
curriculum. It's the same curriculum. So it's ensuring that we follow our policies throughout. One of the things that I discovered when I was in Cutler Bay, that there's a couple of our internal policies that Cutler Bay was being too flexible with, whereas when we look at Orange Park and Pensacola, they're not flexible with those. And so we've rectified that as well.
Yeah, because you know that it's not going to get easier with the national rates going up and state rates are going up. You know, it's so important to tighten those things up. So you know, you're doing it in some locations, but it'd be nice to see Cutler Bay turn that around.
Agreed, 100%. We owe it to those students. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions, commissioners? Is there any public comment on this matter?
No public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll be here for a minute.
Yes, we will continue on. The next institution, number 4, is Fortis College, Orange Park, number 2090. Staff recommendations have been provided. Welcome again. Is there anybody else joining for this location?
Yes, this is Wyman Dickey. I'm the campus president for Fortis College in Orange Park.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, is there any discussion on Orange Park, Fortis College, Orange Park? So I see the notes. I'll ask the questions then. I see the notes in regards. This is the financial progress report, not NCLEX scores at all, as Commissioner Cross had noted. Looking to see from the financial summary, the working capital and the negative income both are declining. Are there comments you can share, more information you can share in regards to the financial progress report and next steps in that regard to become more solvent?
I'll let Mr. Dickey talk to the campus, but we continue to see progress in the Orange Park campus. We've had some growth that's happened in this fiscal year that, you know, right now we don't have completed financials, but it's nice to see the progress in that campus continue. Our retention is improving in this location, as well as our new student growth is starting to make that turnaround this year.
No, I agree with everything Ms. Good mentioned. It's been a bit of a process over the last year for us, and we've been able to see the outcomes improve on the retention side, and certainly holding true with some of the outcomes from the NCLEX piece of it. But as an operational standpoint, while our costs have been able to be maintained, we've seen the population grow, and the expectation as we continue throughout this year is to continue to grow. And the financials will reflect that improvement. We've certainly seen it with some of the overall improvements from our P&L operations over the last year, and that's expected to continue as we go forward.
Have there been efforts in regards to what efforts have been completed in regards to expense reduction or efficiency with instructors or campus staff?
Last year we went through really taking a hard look at our programs and sessions being offered to simplify some things where we had some programs with smaller enrollment and some of the smaller sessions that we no longer offer. So it's a matter of we're more effective and more efficient with our current operations, and we've seen that be able to reflect down to the bottom line.
Can you hear me? This is Steve Budash. I'm the CFO.
Yes, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you? I can't see you, but just a comment to supplement what Wyman is saying. I'm looking right now at the draft June results, and the school revenue was up $500,000 over FY23. Its expenses were down by $185,000, and its EBITDA was $690,000 better than last year. So in FY23, the EBITDA was minus 805, but with Wyman joining us back and the work that he's done, the EBITDA this year is minus 114. We were profitable in the fourth quarter, and we expect the continued turnaround to show profitability in the upcoming FY25.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions, comments, any discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all so much. I know you will stay on, I believe. The next institution, number 5, is Fortis Institute, Pensacola, number 1956. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here or adding from the institution, raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. Thank you. So in regards to Pensacola, commissioners, any discussion?
I just want to state, great improvement there. It's nice to see the pass rates being, I think perfect and huge turnaround in net income. So it's a win-win. So nice job there.
And I do believe Kathy Cole, our campus president, is on. I think she might be having an issue with their mic, but she's here.
I am.
Good morning. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. This school also is just continues with strong performance and looking for even a better FY25. So.
I'll reiterate what Commissioner Cross said. The numbers were very positive, so thank you for that, and nice to see that progress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much. Number 6, Fortis Institute, Port St. Lucie, number 3024. Staff recommendations have been provided. Will you let us know if there anybody additional into the campus president who's joined the call, please?
Hi, this is Julia Denniston, Campus President, Port St. Lucie.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, any discussion in regards to Port St. Lucie?
Same comment as Pensacola. Looks like a nice turnaround happening. We're still negative working capital, but huge improvement on net income. So nice work there, whatever you're doing. So it's working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you explain, is that, because I see the same numbers, we've all reviewed the numbers, is that due to an increase in enrollments, cost savings, or other measures? Will you explain the nice improvement in performance?
A little bit of everything. We've had some great population growth with the institution, some cost savings, which we are continuing to employ, similar to what was said previously with the smaller programs and some class combinations to make it a better experience for the student and to help with the fiscal health of the institution as well.
Yeah, and also Julia grew the population from a beginning pop of 339 this year to 387 at the end of the year. And, had a very strong Q4. So things are continuing to look up. And thank you for the comments on the school.
Thank you. Being a former campus president, this all resonates. Hearing what you're doing and how you can, with your staff, improve the performance and the results and support the students at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the commission? Any public comments on this matter?
There are no public comments.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank Ms. Barbara Davis, our program specialist, and give her some recognition. She is outstanding to work with.
Aye.
I will ditto that with Nikki. So
Yes.
Thank you. So good to hear.
Yeah.
Next institution, number 7, is Taylor College in Ocala, number 2515. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, will you raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Jeff Georgeson, campus president at Taylor College.
Thank you. Good morning. Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to Taylor College?
Chair, if I could start off, just the Q2 results came out. They're slightly under your Q1 results. Do you have any update on informal results for July?
Yeah, I mean, really what we found is a few different things. One, and I don't know if you've looked at all the information that we sent in, but one is the longer people, I mean, obviously we've heard that from the other schools too, the longer people hold out from taking the test, the odds fall. I think it's like 35% of people who wait past 90 days are passing the test. We're like 90% of the people who test before 90 days. The second thing that we've really noticed is graduating grade point average is making a huge difference as well. So there's we haven't had any testers to answer your question directly. We haven't had any additional testers. We will have some more going forward. We have a big August class, but there's a few things that we put into place to kind of address what we've noticed. The other thing is, when we had the new test questions come out, we saw and we the next gen test questions come out, we really saw a really good increase. And ETI was a really good predictor of what was going to happen again. And, that's beginning to change again. So there's a couple things that we're going to do going into with that August class. One is for the May class, we've increased the rigor. We've noticed that with our PM program, that we've had 100% placement with increased rigor. We're doing some of that same thing with the RM program. One of the things we're doing right to kind of address that grade point average is to increase what a passing grade is. We've really noticed people that graduate with above a 3.0 pass the NCLEX. I mean, some of these things aren't shocking. It's just putting things into place that address those issues. The second thing we're doing is we're putting an incentive plan for students to get done with their prep work and schedule for the test earlier so we can get them to test within that 90 days. Those are some of the things. We have a really big August class, and those are the things that we're doing in place to address what those concerns from Q2 were, to change that around.
Yeah, that was my next question. So if you know that, what were you doing about it? But it sounds like you're doing something about it. I'd encourage you to look at GPAs by course, grades by course, because I don't know that a general GPA is going to tell you a lot of information, but there's probably some correlation to certain courses and success. So I would dig a little deeper into which courses have that correlation.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And especially since ATI isn't the predictor that it once was, that's exactly, I think, the right formula. I agree 100%.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioners, any other discussion or questions? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Item B on the agenda is applications for provisional licensure. We will take the 11 institutions individually. Number 1, the first institution is Centurion International University in Cooper City. Number 13006. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Matt Jacobs from Centurion International University. I'm the president of the institution. And today with me in the room, we have our wonderful team, a part of our team here, if you'd like for me to introduce them as well.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right, to my left, we have Amy Jacobs. She's our academic director. We have Giselle Munoz, who is our registrar. We have my executive assistant, Odalis Vega. We have Dr. Vinnie Bly, who is over admissions, Dr. Julia Elliott, who's over the library. And then we have our 2 consultants, Ezra and Linda Tosas, here with us as well.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, do you have any discussion in regards to this institution?
Chair, if I may start off, I just want to compliment you on a great plan you guys put together. Really well thought out. One of the general questions I had are all the programs hybrid, or does a student have a choice to be on campus 100% of the time? Or I had a little bit of trouble reading that. It sounds like it's definitely hybrid, possibly all online, but is there campus-based programs?
You're correct. They're all hybrid.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is exactly your marketing plan? What population are you gearing to attract to your program? And when you said hybrid, I'm assuming that it's online, but they will have some live sessions through Zoom. Can you please describe how the hybrid situation is going to work in this situation, in this school?
Yes, certainly. You know, our marketing includes some campaigns where we are soliciting students for in-class participation as well as online. We have software and academic system that allows us to manage both of those. But in sense, you know, we do have the facilities to be able to house in class as well as, you know, a robust system to be able to teach those instructions online.
And which population are you targeting? Is it South Florida population or nationwide or international? Where are you trying to find your students from?
South Florida.
Okay.
And what is your current student enrollment?
We do not have a current student enrollment since we have not opened officially.
Oh, I know that. Sorry, my bad. I should know that. Thank you. I apologize.
You have several programs. So I'm assuming that you have some numbers in your head of how many students per program, or are they going to be common classes? Because to open so many programs like at once, and some are on the master level, bachelor, associate. So do you have enough faculty? How are you prepared to offer all these programs and get students to make the institution viable economically?
Great question. Yes, ma'am. We have taken into consideration each individual program, the number of students that we would need to have. But we did a robust feasibility study early on to ensure that we had all the things that we need to successfully launch every program at the same time.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Thank you. I heard a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendations is adopted. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And we'd also like to thank Christopher DeSalvo, our program specialist. Fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next institution is Eminen Institute, Hollandale Beach, number 7961. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any discussion with this application? Hearing no further discussion, is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation, which is to deny this application?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much. The next institution is GAIA University, Miami, number 13039. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Elio Acosta. Good morning, everyone. And I'm here. I'm the executive director. I'm with Luisa Gutierrez. She's the director of education.
Also here, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Edgar Lamela from Super Strategy representing our client.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Here, I had a comment. Just wanted to ask what the who are they targeting? Who's their target market? Is it in the United States? Is it outside the United States? Is it Florida? Is it Miami?
It's actually we concentrate our strategy on South Florida, specifically on the Latino segment.
Will the curriculum be in Spanish only or Spanish and English?
Spanish only at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So these people are expected to be employed in the United States, or are you targeting people that are going to be employed in Spanish-speaking countries?
Actually, it's going to be employed here in the U.S. We know by fact that many corporations do business with Latin America, so our market is basically here in South Florida.
Will your staff be U.S. based? I saw that you operate post-secondary institutions in Guatemala. So is there sharing of staff between your institutions, or will these be dedicated to this university?
No, our staff and our faculty is here in the U.S., Miami, Florida. However, we're going to be sharing some responsibilities with them in terms of financial, assessments. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other discussion, questions? Is there any public comment on this matter?
No public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendations is adopted. Thank you. Congratulations. The next institution, number 4, is Grand Canyon University, Elgin Air Force Base, number 12971. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Rodriguez. I'm the VP for Military Operations for Grand Canyon University.
Good morning. Are you representing by yourself?
I am representing the Eglin Air Force Base.
Perfect.
I'm not doing the next one.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Yes, Chair, I have a question. Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning.
On your projected budget, it shows 5 programs of 50 new starts. In the business plan, it says you're starting off with a cohort of 50. So I just want to get clarification. Is it 50 or 250? Because the summary sheet for all in the projected budget shows 50. So, and so I just want to know which one is it. Is it 50 or 250?
It would be 50.
Okay, so you're starting one of those programs.
Correct. We want to get the approvals for them, and we're going to be very reactive to what that base needs. So if they need us to go and do the applied management first, that's what we're going to do. We're just based off of what their need is.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's for military only. Are you opening up the cohorts for any civilians, or is it all military?
The military contracts require us to service those that are on base. So typically those are veterans or spouses as well.
Yeah, okay. And there wouldn't be a time where those military students would there be a time where the military students may join part of your non-military online courses that are normally being offered outside of the military base?
Correct. Depending on what their job or their duty is currently, they may not be face-to-face. They may transition to online and then come back to a face-to-face modality.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll clarify with that. These courses are online and have a hybrid component as well. Is on base, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
One other item for clarification, Sandra, or for staff, I'm not sure if this is an internal, but the location on the projected budget sheet for the 50 shows Pembroke, Florida as a location. So I think that's an error. I don't know. I don't think there's a Pembroke in the Eglin area. I think that's in Southern Florida.
That is probably an error because it's going to be on the base itself.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussions? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
The next institution is Grand Canyon University, Lake Mary, number 12839. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
There is an individual on the line. Give us just one moment.
This is Heather Zemansky, Associate Dean for the Accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at Grand Canyon University.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Lisa Smith, the Dean for the College of Nursing and Healthcare Professions with Grand Canyon University.
Thank you. Welcome. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Chair, if I may, I just wanted to start off by saying, you know, you guys have done such an outstanding job on NCLEX results in other states. We really look forward to your entry into Florida to help boost our state results. So we'd love to see that success carry over into Florida, number one. Number two, question I had was the $53,000, that's for the 60 credit hours of those nursing core, I believe. I'm sorry, that includes the nurse. That's for the nursing core portion that needs to be completed. That's assuming that 60 credits get transferred over. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So on the enrollment agreement, it shows 84 required core courses. That obviously some of those can be transferred over.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if I read the notes correctly, it's online, asynchronous and synchronous, and then hybrid as well. And your target students is a 50-mile radius of Orlando, and I live in Orlando, so I know where Lake Mary is in that regard. Is that truly your target student population? And will they be in person via the hybrid model at your location? Is that correct? I believe it is.
Yes, that's correct. It's hybrid, meaning that the typical classroom, that is what is delivered online, but then they will come to the location for their skills labs, their immersive simulation experiences, their testing, and of course, they will go to the clinical site for their clinical rotations.
Perfect. And I did see, I have a note here, it's 22,000 square foot facility. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a nice size. At first I saw it was 2,000. I went, nope, it's 22,000. So perfect.
Chair, I had a follow-up question.
Please, yes.
I know in the business plan it shows that Grand Canyon plans to open 8 more locations. Is that in Florida or is that outside of Florida?
Well, currently right now we have 6 locations with 2 more opening this fall, which will bring us to 8 locations currently for this year.
Okay. Yeah, I think the plan
to answer the question though, we once we look at the Lake Mary site and get that up and running, we are looking at the possibility of expanding elsewhere in the state based on the need.
You're in the right state.
Any other questions or discussion? Any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
Quick comment.
Please.
I just think for the purposes of our discussion, this kind of keeps coming up. It would be really helpful if we just distinguish between blended and hybrid. And I think that captures the nuance of the follow-up questions that we seem to be asking. So blended is when you mix synchronous and asynchronous online. Hybrid is in-person mixed with online. And so if we just, might be a way for us to sort that out. But if there wasn't a second motion, I'll put forward the second motion. So moved.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next institution is International Holistic University, Jacksonville, number 13048. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Magdalena Morin. I'm the registrar for International Holistic University, and I am joined here in the room with Nadia Giraudo, the president and chancellor, doctor in medicine, and also Alfredo Traverso Centeno, doctor in medicine, also chief academic officer of International Holistic University, Ruben Pavetto, master in business administration, and he's the director of admission, and Maria Luz Barbosa, bachelor in human resources, director of administration. Good morning.
Good morning, welcome.
And me, myself, sorry. Yes, I introduced myself at the beginning.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having us.
Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Yes, I would just like to hear more about some of their specific programs, professional development and programming for success. I think it's listed as
yes, we have
programs
6 programs. Sorry, 6 programs we will be delivering, 2 masters and 3 bachelors and 1 associate. A Master of Science in Healthcare Administration, a Master of Science in Personal Development and Programming for Success, and Bachelor of Arts in Coaching and Bachelor of Business Administration, and the Bachelor of Science in Mind-Body Medicine, and also the Associate in Mind-Body Medicine.
Can you speak more to the program of Science on Personal Development and Programming for Success?
Yes, this program is related to coaching and leadership. The main focus is to prepare professionals for business and career. To become proficient in using advanced, neuro-linguistic programming, coaching.
And so the bachelor's degree for students that go into that master's program, what type of prerequisites?
The prerequisites for the bachelor's, just one moment.
The prerequisites to go into that master's, the professional development and programming for success.
To have a pre-degree to be able to enter the master.
Then job placement for that, for those students that graduate with a master's in personal development and programming for success.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear the first one.
What do you expect for job placement for this master's degree? Is there a high need for these type of coaches? I'm just not familiar with this program. I'm just trying to become more familiar with.
Yeah, it has to do with personal development and also, of course, to help and accompany institutions, enterprises, companies in this personal growth and also in the company's growth.
Okay, so advising.
It has to do with mindset. Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
So who's your target students for this? Are these Florida students? Is it international?
Yes, it's a good question. Our main target is Florida, and we consider that we are ready for that as we will be delivering our courses both in Spanish and English. So our main target will be the Hispanic population in Florida.
And it is open to an international student as well if they apply?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And I see the faculty list, the majority, if not all, are educated in Argentina. Are they shared with other institutions? Are they US based, Argentina based, or can you tell me more about the faculty and where they're coming from, and if they're dedicated to this school or if they're shared with other institutions?
Yes, the main commitment of all the faculty is with International Holistic University. Of course, all of us have background in other institutions, and we will be sharing maybe roles, but the main commitment is with International Holistic University. And as it is an online institution, this can be done, right?
Okay.
I have a few questions, if I may. I do have questions about the projected job placement for each of the degree programs, but I anticipate that might be a lengthier discussion. So I'd like to kind of direct the question to an area that is a little bit more circumscribed. I'm looking through your projected expenses, and they seem unusually low for the scope of the programs that you're proposing. Could you explain a little bit more of the rationale behind your projections in the Form 606?
Yes. As it is online, we are planning to keep our budget as low as possible so that we can work during this first year. And also, yes, trying to keep it low and having a conservative budget, I think it will keep us working.
I understand that part, but well, I understand the motivation for why it would be low, but I guess I was asking for a little bit more of an explanation regarding how you developed these numbers as the minimum needed, as it were. They just seem surprisingly low compared to other
surprisingly
programs.
low. Well, that was our main object. Sorry, it got stuck. I couldn't hear the last part. Sorry, could you repeat the last part? I couldn't hear your question.
Well, I was just stating that I understand the rationale or motivation for keeping them low, but I was asking you to speak to maybe how you arrived at these projections, not the motivation for why they are surprisingly low projections.
Okay.
For example,
yes, CPAs accompanied us for this, and hello, I don't know if you can hear me. We are having some internet issues. A CPA accompanied us for this process, and well, that was our main idea, to keep it as low as possible, to keep us running during the year. The marketing plan is also low, as everything will be done online. So I think that our expenses will be able to keep low.
If I can add to what Commissioner Stefano's asking, I think the concern here is you have $50,000 in cash, and your first 3 months of expenses are $45,000. So what is your plan to keep the university up and running and growing? Where are you going to get the funds to continue the operation?
Marketing strategies so that we can get the enrollments to cover those expenses. We had calculated that with the enrollments and the fees and tuitions, that would be covered.
I just have a question. The bachelor for coaching, who are you targeting for that bachelor? Are you talking about athletic coaching? What type of coaching are you talking about?
Yes, we are talking about life coaching. We are targeting at professionals and any students interested in mind's growth.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I sense from the questions that Commissioner Whitaker asked and Commissioner Marty, the job placement and the career path for several of these programs is of concern to us. The students are in, they're in your university, they're taking courses, they're spending money, and where's their job career path afterwards to show to enable that this is worth it for them and that they have a career path and they can improve in life. I'm hearing that twice from two different commissioners that some of these programs are not straightforward of where that placement and that placement is going to be, and concerned that you'll be coming back in a year from now with numbers that are struggling because of that lack of career path for these programs. Am I stating that correctly, Commissioner Martin Whitaker? Is that what you're hearing as well and seeing?
That's my concern. Because
yes,
where are the jobs for these people?
Yes, the jobs for these people with mainly in one-to-one consultancies, and also we know that we are innovative in what we are offering, and we see a growing trend towards general well-being and mindfulness and mental health and leadering. So we think that we will be doing a first important path in this way, and that's why we want to offer it in the state of Florida too.
Am I correct to understand your statement to mean that if somebody studies a bachelor's in coaching, that their career prospects are to develop a service as a life coach? Is
yes.
that?
Yes, that's correct.
And what about mind-body medicine at any of the degree levels that you offer it? What are their career prospects?
Yes, mind-body medicine, it's a complement to take into account the person as a whole, right? That is what we are coming to offer, a holistic view towards the person.
Yeah, I'm asking, after they complete this degree program with, enriched by that view, where will they be employed?
Well, it can be private practice, therapies, and institutions that open to this kind of services.
And
it's
what
growing.
Type of
We see
institutions
the
are
growing
those?
trend. Sorry.
And what type of institutions are those?
Well, institutions that take care of well-being in general, I think.
Such as?
We would also like to plan like alliances with other institutions.
And this commission assesses success by several indicators, one of which is student placement data. And we typically encourage institutions, as they're starting, to establish relationships for job placement after they provide education to their students, because you will be coming back in the future and sharing those numbers with us. It is not entirely clear what the job prospects are for someone with several of these degrees. It seems like these are degree programs that are inspired by trying to disseminate, as you said earlier, a holistic view, a certain kind of approach, but their value to the person's life in terms of ability to benefit afterwards in job placement it is not clear at all in any of the documents you provided or in your responses today. Do you understand the concern that we're articulating?
Yes, we see a very growing trend towards the need to see the human being as a whole. And that's where we are aiming. And we think that this is growing. So mainly it could be work one-to-one as a therapy or assessment or consulting to different institutions or companies. I don't know if that was your question.
Well, I agree that there is a shift that you're talking about. I mean, it's reflected in healthcare from the shift from provider-centered models of care to patient-centered models of care. It's also reflected in the shift from considering just the intervention on disease to the social determinants of health and the upstream factors that affect the person in their context. I mean, so what you're describing is true as a general kind of trend, but the way that people typically go about that is through established career paths that have a point of entry into either healthcare or social services or behavioral health or mental health. And, it's laudable that you're being innovative, but part of the question here is what entry would someone with this background have into any of these spaces to enter the workforce?
Yes, I think that the main thing could be to have a person prepared, ready to enter any of these institutions, helping with this holistic view and this view as regards mental health and well-being as a whole. So I think that this could be, this person that finishes our university could enter any company or institution that would like to have a person like this working with them, taking into account the whole, right? The whole view.
So after hearing all this, commissioners, I'm going to propose 2 additional contingencies to staff recommendations. Number 1 is a contingency with updated Form 606 to reflect realistic expenses. And a second contingency, which is a written explanation by the institution for a placement plan and future career opportunities for each of the programs. Any discussion and or recommendations of changes for these 2 proposed contingencies?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, if I may. If this commission wishes, it can issue a delay of 90 days and take this matter up again at the meeting in September while giving the institution additional time to comply with those contingencies. That might be a more fruitful way to move forward.
I would really like to do that. If I could propose a motion to postpone it until it's a clear pathway of what are these people going to do after they spend this money and get these degrees, and what kind of marketing study has been done to make sure that they would have positions after they spend the money.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think it might be fruitful for this commission to probe the question of whether the institution is adequately disclosing to its students the fact that a degree, whether an associate's or a bachelor's in so-called mind-body medicine, will not, in fact, enable them to engage in the practice of medicine in the state of Florida. Perhaps this commission might want to have a conversation on whether the titles of these programs are problematic.
I share that concern. There's a wide variety of programs here, and very unique, and 3 different levels. And Director, I'm not sure. I know we sometimes are concerned with 2 levels for a school just starting out, and this is 3 levels with the ASN, bachelor's degree, and master's degree. And to Commissioner Stefano's point, the point regarding coaching and professional development and programming for success, it is very vague, and I don't know what they lead to. So I have concerns about the variety of programs being offered as an entry into starting off a school. Faculty costs are reflective of someone who could teach in any of those areas, and those are not all linked together. So there's several concerns here.
I agree. Executive Director Hurst, do you have, so what I'm hearing is that the recommendation is, the motion is to postpone this application with a 90-day extension for further review of these programs, the expenses, and the career opportunities for each program. Is that correct?
That is correct. And then we will welcome the school to meet with their program specialists and commission staff to work through these issues prior to appearing at the next commission meeting.
Okay,
One question. Does the second item that you listed in terms of the career prospects sufficiently cover the concern of the potentially misleading nature of the titles? I don't know if that needs to be a distinct area where a justification needs to be provided regarding why the title would not be misleading. And when we think about what would constitute, if something is misleading, I mean, in this case, just taking at face value, I think at the very least, when somebody reads these titles, they don't just communicate an approach, they're supposed to communicate the kind of credential and opportunity that someone would have in life based on that degree program. And so is it misleading or not, right, to a potential student who would invest money in this way and then find that they might not be able to get a job anywhere unless they can convince an institution to make a new position that they don't have for someone who emphasizes those themes. That's a concern. I think that perhaps a written explanation from the institution related to those name choices in relation to the career prospects might be a good addition.
I agree with that third contingency and or third note for the postponement to the next commission meeting with those contingencies included to be prepared for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Ellis. On the part of commission staff, if the commission members determine to delay this vote and issue a 90-day licensure delay, what we will do is they will not have contingencies because you'll be delaying the vote in its entirety. So we will take all of the notes that you've presented in this meeting and then we will discuss them with the school.
Thank you. So is there any further discussion from the institution first? Do you understand what our concerns are and proposed next steps? Is there any discussion with you all of what we're proposing and we'll be voting on in just a moment?
And just so we're clear, the motion is for this commission to issue a 90-day licensure delay.
Yes.
Pursuant to section 1005-31(6) Florida statutes.
So is there any public comment on regards to this matter and this new proposal, this new motion?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. So hearing no further discussion and no other comments, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation to issue a 90-day licensure delay for this institution?
So moved.
Thank you. I heard a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to issue a 90-day licensure delay for International Holistic University, Jacksonville, number 13048, has been approved. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
The next institution is Royal Lake College, Lake Worth, number 13059. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I am Geraldine DeStefano, the president for Royal Lake College, and also present is Melissa Heath. She's the vice president. I have Dr. Romaine Martin. She is our educational consultant, and Mark Murray as legal counsel.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to Royal Lake College, please? While they're all looking, I will ask the question that Commissioner Stefano posed earlier. My understanding for your program is it is online and hybrid, which will have on-campus or in-person studies for one or a few of those. Will you explain each of the three programs and which are purely online and which have a hybrid model that are hybrid synchronous with an in-person component of it, please?
Hi, the LPN program will be where they come to campus and online, so that is hybrid.
Yeah.
The Bachelor in Healthcare Administration is online, and the RN to BSN is online.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other questions, any discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. I heard a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next institution is Shenandoah Medical University, West Palm Beach, number 12958. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
We have an individual on the line.
You? Hello, good morning. My name is Joy Mowat Fuller, and I'm the president of Shenandoah Medical University. And I have with me Daniel Fuller, who is my executive assistant, and Dr. Jose Atera and Atera Consulting Company are also present on this meeting. Thank you so much for having us.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there any discussion about this university?
Chair, if I may start off, you have 3 extremely competitive programs and very little planned for budgeted for advertising. So that's just a concern of mine for your success. And unless you have a link to an employer that's sending you students, I think it will be really challenging for you to achieve those goals. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for that question and concern. Shenandoah Medical University is birthed out of a vision with Shenandoah Medical Care Center. So we have collaboration and partnership with local registered nurse programs. And we do have students that my clinic precepts that come into our clinic on a regular basis.
Okay.
As of now, we've just celebrated 8 years in practice, and our clinic has provided over 5,500 clinical hours to local colleges and universities for the RN and nurse practitioner students. So basically, we have a direct link to be able to have students become a part of our program once we have the approval and we're up and running. That is why we did not allocate a huge budget for marketing purposes.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was helpful context.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any further discussion or questions?
I see that the Masters of Science in Nurse Education, is that 100% online?
That is correct. We will just have a practicum course, and we have affiliative agreements with local clinics that they'll be completing a practicum project in their clinics.
Okay, so they'll be in clinics too.
That practice will be exclusively online, except for the practicum.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussions, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Atera and your team, and the preceding Dr. Morgan Parker and her team as well. We really appreciate all their help and support. Thank you. Thank you.
The next institution is Roskamp Institute, Sarasota, number 12963. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Dr. Fiona Crawford. I'm the CEO of the Roskamp Institute and also director of our...
Did you hear my voice?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you hear my voice?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. We heard other voices behind possibly, but yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, that wasn't here, so I just wasn't sure. So yeah, Fiona Crawford of the Roskamp Institute, and also online is Ms. Lauren Horn, who is our program assistant.
Hi there, good morning.
Good morning, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there any discussion on this institution?
Yes, Chair, if I may. I'm a little bit confused about the operation, so I'd love to get an explanation more on, because I've read that there's a staff of 40, and it's written in the business plan, but only 1 to 3 enrollments are projected this year. There's negative net income. The Form 606 is incomplete. There's no faculty expenses. There's other expenses that are blank, and there's no revenue. So I'm not getting good information from the forms and information that we read. So I'm a little bit confused about what the operation is doing and how they're being funded. So if I can get an explanation, that'd be wonderful.
Absolutely, I'm happy to address that. In our discussions with CIE staff, we knew that our unusual model presented challenges in how we explained our budget. Essentially, the Roskamp Institute is almost entirely funded through the peer-reviewed grants that we bring in from federal agencies, the National Institutes of Health, the Department of Defense, and the Veterans Administration. So our focus is on developing a better understanding and identifying treatments for neuropsychiatric and neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's disease, traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress disorder. So we're focused on molecular neuroscience. And the way our program operates is that whenever we bring in a grant that has sufficient funding to cover a studentship, then we offer a position. So that's why the recruitment is quite low each year. We bring in a student when we have a funded project that can support the student for the 4-year duration of their research. Their supervisors are our scientific staff who are also being paid off these grants. And we don't charge the students any tuition fees. They are paid as research assistants and work on those grants, developing their own research strategies. And at the end of the 4 years, they publish their thesis research, and that gets examined.
Wow, that's interesting. Thank you. That helps a lot.
Thank you. If I may just add, just with regard to the staff recommendation, which was in reference to relevant staff completing an admissions training program. At this stage, myself and 3 other members of staff who are part of the admissions process have all enrolled in and completed the Max Knowledge course, which is one of the ones approved by the CIE. The CM201 course on admissions compliance. So we have all completed that at this time. And we're actually quite excited by other courses that are offered through Max Knowledge, which will also be relevant to our program, including courses relevant to supervision, interacting with students, team management, and so forth.
So as reading everything, if I'm understanding in line with Commissioner Cross, you are applying for your own license versus being under the Open University, separating out Roskamp Institute from the Open University. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Commissioners, other questions, other discussion?
I'd just like to say, I mean, the model that you're taking here is creative and really intriguing. So you're primarily a research institution first and foremost, and you are strategically an educational institution when the aims and objectives of the research and the funding that supports it align with the opportunity of having a student receive their education as a facet of that funding or that project. And so it's opportunity contingent, but I'm sure it offers an incredible experience for the students that can participate in it. And just two observations regarding the PhD program that you have. Number one, I love that you have 2 courses on bioethics. It's just critically important just to have ethical leadership. And number 2, kudos on your general courses and the way that those provide such a practical basis for the primary sustainability factors for researchers, grant writing and publications, right? So you really hit those on the head. So it's very thoughtfully planned, and that's very evident in the content that's laid out here.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate those comments. Yeah, we're very proud of this program. Our graduates to date have gone on to Harvard, University of Pennsylvania. They're going to work for Thermo Scientific, the FDA. Some of them are still with us and have proved to be very effective grant writers and scientists in their own right. And we just want to continue that. And of course, the overarching goal is to develop treatments for these horrific diseases. And the students are contributing to that as they do their training. So yes, thank you so much for your comments.
A last comment, just something to think about as you look to the future. I presume that they are, and I'm sure you know this, but if you look at the NIH reporter, there is just such a surge in grant funding related to AI, especially after 2020, 2021. And so given the possibilities that holds for this area of research, that might be a factor that you might want to consider in the future in terms of having a neuroscience/AI track in order to have it better align with the amplifying grant and research opportunities at that intersection.
It's wonderful you mentioned that. And if I could just take another 30 seconds just to let you know that the first graduate from our program, Dr. Scott Ferguson, stayed with us, is still with us, and one of his areas of expertise is AI. He writes code, he develops programs for neurobehavioral testing of our laboratory models of Alzheimer's disease and traumatic brain injury. And he's involved in a lot of AI work at the moment that is infiltrating, as you said, our research efforts and the process of drug discovery. So I'm anticipating that he would certainly be a key supervisor to future students in that area.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Very good dialogue. Thank you so much, and thank you for answering our questions. Commissioners, is there any other discussion? Any other questions? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And we look forward to seeing your future report-ins with us.
Thank you very much. We're very happy. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next institution is University of Technology, Entrepreneurship and Leadership, Doral, number 13016. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, will you raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I have a few folks here in the conference room from the university.
Hi, this is Jose Palma. I'm Chief Academic Officer of the school. I have 20 years of experience managing in post-secondary education. Pleasure to be with you here today.
Elena Flores, Campus Director.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Commissioners, is there any discussion on this institution?
Couldn't hear the question. Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm asking the commissioners if there's any questions or discussions for you. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Are you seeking accreditation, and if so, from what accreditation?
We've actually had preliminary, good morning, Dr. Murray. We've had some preliminary conversations because they're going to be primarily online. We're looking at DEAC. We find that that's a bit of a better fit for them.
And the next one is, do you have a marketing plan in order to get students? Because you're talking about several programs, which is going to be costly when you open. So what are your plans? Is this going to be based on students in the United States, or are you searching students in outside the United States, Latin America, etc.?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we will be looking to serve both Floridians as well as international students. We have a robust corporate marketing team, and our marketing practices focus on employing both open public direct marketing, social media, and other traditional channels, exploiting existing databases that we've developed over time. And yeah, we're prepared to make those investments to make sure we can hopefully recruit the students we're targeting during our first year.
Here, can I follow up some questions with that Commissioner Marty just had?
Yes, please.
So there's some conflicting information on the business plan and then what your budget depicts, your projected budget. So I'm concerned that your plan is not financially sufficient, or not reflecting accuracy. Because in your description, it shows that you're having a president, a vice president of administration, VP of academic affairs, chief financial officer, librarian, campus director of education, director of admissions and placement services, director of student services, registrar, library, and faculty. And then there's no salaries on the budget for non-faculty positions. So
I'm gonna take that question only because the entity, the $100 million entity, and because of the channels that they go through, as you can imagine, this reflects a local standby budget. However, they are prepared to infuse the proper fiscal pieces once the organization is licensed. So at the end of the day, this particular budget, while it's shown here before you, gives you a rough estimate and a very minimal amount of expenses, not necessarily expenses, but the financial investment that they're prepared to make.
I now had a hard time hearing the first part of the answer, so I'm not understanding where the money's. You said there's other money that would support the operation.
But where is that? And I'm like you. Where is that coming from? Who is the other entity?
Oh yeah. So our education group began in Mexico 12 years back and has grown. Today, the educational group is the owner and operator of the largest online university based out of Mexico. It's a fully online university, and we're very excited to license and begin the operations for this new university based out of Florida, so that we can also make an impact on the lives of working adults throughout Florida and also serve international students.
Are the courses going to be offered in English, Spanish, or both?
In both, Commissioner, in English and Spanish. It's a single cohort for each program, but we'll be offering students the option to choose to be part of the English class or the Spanish class, but they're a single cohort that study together as a group.
So if this is owned by your parent corporation is the largest online provider in Mexico?
That's correct, Commissioner. The immediate parent is Scala USA. That's our holding company in the US. So the university, the DBA, belongs to a Florida corporation, and that Florida corporation is in turn owned by another entity, which is then owned by the corporate entity, which is based out of Mexico. That's correct.
And do we have financials? And Director, do we have financials for the parent company? And do we need financials for the parent company?
One moment, please. So based on our records, it appears that we have it listed as Scala USA LLC is the owner of this corporation. Online Higher Education LLC, DBA, University of Technology, Entrepreneurship and Leadership. We do have the financial statements and the auditor's report for Scala USA and the Online Higher Education LLC, but we may be hearing from the institution themselves that there is another parent that is over Scala LLC. If that is what we are hearing, we may want to seek an updated organizational charts and financials for that parent.
Generally, if I may clarify, the institution is required to show parent financials and the principal financials. And at that point, it's met the requirement for substantial reference to the financials. If we do a third leg, it might be considered a bit of overreach at this point.
And Mr. Otero, to confirm with you, I think we're hearing two different things. I believe that we were told that Scala is the parent, but what we're hearing on this call is that Scala is not the parent corporation. Can you clarify that?
Okay, so then we're talking about, I see what you're confused, actually where the confusion is there's Scala USA and Scala e-content. E-content would be considered in this particular case, the owner of the principal. Scala USA is considered the principal, and the parent is the Online Higher Education LLC.
So Scala did you say content?
Scala e-content is the owner of the principal, and the principal is the owner of the parent, Online Higher Education.
Dr. Otero, with Scala e-content being, as you're telling us now, that is the controlling principal, I don't believe that we have their financials as the controlling principal. Can you confirm that with your client?
No, that's, we're not talking about the same thing. There's three of them named Scala, right? The corporations in Mexico are Scala e-content. Now, they are the owner of the actual principal, which is Scala USA. Scala USA is established here. That's the principal. And the Online Education LLC is the parent of the DBA. So I think because we hear Scala, we're actually not reading the rest of it. Scala USA is the one in the US, that is the principal.
Commissioners, if I could make a recommendation for staff, just to clarify what we're hearing now and to make sure that our records are correct, we would recommend having a contingency to update or provide us the updated corporate structure, which is showing all levels of the corporation. And that would assist us going forward to make sure that we have the appropriate financials.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any question or discussion about this contingency? Is there any public comment on this matter?
A small comment, if I may. You may want to fix a typo that kind of persists in the different documents. The relevant course in the computer engineering programs is linear algebra with an R at the end. I just noticed that was a repeated typo, and you want to fix that before putting it out there for students.
Certainly, we can make those modifications.
Obviously, it's not a requirement. It's just a little sidebar. I mean, we're online. Otherwise, I would have just commented in less formal mechanisms.
Thank you. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the additional contingency?
So moved.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff's recommendation with the additional contingency is adopted. Thank you very much. The next institution is Visible Music College, Fort Lauderdale, number 11368. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to staff recommendation, which is to deny the application for this college? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you very much. Should we take a break at this time or continue on with section C?
We would like
Break,
to take a
please.
small break, please.
Thank you. Should we do a 10-minute break and come back at 11 a.m.?
Yes.
That work for everybody? Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis, we have returned from break.
Thank you. Item C on the agenda is applications for annual licensure. Institution number 5509, which is number 4 in the section, has requested to be removed from consideration and has waived their 90-day rights. We will take the remaining 10 institutions individually. First institution is American Healthcare Institute, West Palm Beach, number 12693. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here for the, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jayden Abreu. I am the campus director. Also on the line, we have Joanna Lane, Chief Operating Officer, and consultant Dr. Arlette Pearson.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Commissioners, is there any discussion about this institute?
Yeah, how are your enrollments going? What's your student population in your 3 programs?
We currently have 62 students enrolled. 35 of them are in the licensed practical nursing program, 24 in the ASN program, and 3 students in the medical assisting program.
Any graduate? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are you seeing continued high demand, or do these meet your expectations on your projected budget?
Yes, we have improved our enrollments and are meeting our expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When is your first cohort of graduates?
We have the ASN program. We expect our first grads December of this year.
Thank you. I'll ask one more specific question. When I looked at the locations for the clinicals, pediatrics is over 50 miles away. Are you seeing that students are having a challenge having to drive that far, or have you found a secondary location for the clinicals for pediatrics?
So far, the students have been okay with the drive, and we do have an in-house clinical. So a few of the hours they're able to complete it in-house. But so far they have been okay with the location, with the 50 miles for the pediatric. And we're continuing, obviously, to look for other clinical sites.
Any other questions or discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion and no public comment, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
I heard it first in a second. Thank you. Any all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The next institution is American Technical Institute, Jacksonville, number 12504. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is an individual on the line. One moment, please.
Hi, my name is Stephen Lorenzo. I'm the admissions director at American Technical Institute.
And I am Dr. Megan Lorenzo. I am the owner of the institution. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Goodrow. I'm the program director and I am the nurse practitioner.
Thank you. Okay, I welcomed you too soon. Sorry about that, Cindy. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us this morning.
Commissioners, is there any discussion on this institute?
I want to ask, I saw 5 as your total head count for students. Is that current, or do you have more than 5?
For the LPN program, that's our current enrollment.
How about the PN or PCT program?
So the PCT program, we really haven't focused too much on. Our emphasis has been primarily on getting the LPN program and the RN program going. Right now, we have a cohort of 10 for the RN program that's set to begin in September.
So you have, so since you've been operating, you have 5 students and then 10 more coming. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your plan and goal that you had set out?
Our goal was to go ahead and get 20 in our first year for the LPN program and 20 for the RN program. But really, we're not really concerned about that too much. For us, we believe that the main priority for this first year has been making sure that we're establishing good processes and procedures as we're going ahead and growing, so that we can go ahead and be able to comfortably support more students moving forward. So the fact that we haven't hit our projected numbers isn't a concern for us. We have a lot of prospects that are interested in the program, and so we're hopeful that in the future we should be able to get our enrollment numbers up.
So financially, you're not impacted in a negative way with the lower than planned enrollment. You're okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
So far, we're doing well. We're happy with our progress.
Okay, thank you.
I have a note here from when I reviewed the documents that some of your clinicals for some of the major competencies are more than 200 miles away. Did I read that correctly? And are your students have any issues with driving that distance for these clinicals?
They're staying in Airbnbs.
So the way that we're accommodating students for the clinical rotations for maternity and pediatrics is we're going ahead and booking them into Airbnbs that are closer to the facility for the weeks that they have those clinicals, just to go ahead, and they're fine with that.
Okay. Creative model to make that work. Any other questions or discussion, commissioners? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion or questions and no public comment, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Heard a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. The next institution is Bethesda College of Health Sciences, Boynton Beach, number 14597. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
There is no one from the institution on the line.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to this college? there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
And just for clarification, Director Hurst, you remind us, I believe that this one was moving from a sub change, but it was previously recognized by an accreditor. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So this institution appeared on the November 17th, 2022 commission meeting applying for their annual license. The commission found that subchange had occurred and issued a provisional license based on the institution's accrediting agency change. They previously had the Accrediting Council for Independent Colleges and Schools, which is ACICS. Since that has been denied recognition by the United States Department of Education, they removed themselves from that accreditor. And then we issued a subchange due to the loss of financial funding. So they are currently, their parent is Baptist Health South Florida, Inc., and they have now been moved per staff recommendations back to annual licensure.
So are there notes in there in regards to their resecuring accreditation?
So at this time, we do not have any indicators that they have a current accreditor.
Okay.
And they are not here to answer.
They are not, and it has been brought to my attention. They do have programmatic accreditation. If you look at your summary sheet, they do have programmatic accreditation with ASIN, but they do not have an institutional accreditor. They also have programmatic accreditation with JRCERT.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So
So moved.
I heard a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. We are going to skip number 4, as noted, BrightMed Health Institute in Davie. We will be going then to number 5. Next institution is number 5, J&J Healthcare Institute, Orlando, number 3590. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, please?
There is no one from the institution on the line.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion about this institute? As you can see, there are several contingencies that need to be met before we grant the annual license. Should I wait, or are you still looking, or are we good to go?
I don't have any discussion. I think the concerns are expressed in appropriate form in the contingencies. It would have been nice to discuss this with the school, but I don't have any beyond that.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Having no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. The next institute is Justine College, Fort Pierce, number 9069. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, all. My name is Christine Fittery, and I'm here from Justine College, here with Dr. Justine, Mark Murray, and a few of our other teammates. I'll have them introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Rodriguez. I'm in Student Services and Marketing for Justine College.
Good morning. My name is Mariah Rodriguez, and I work in admissions for Justine College.
And this is Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Justine College.
This is Dr. St. Just, the president for the school.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning.
Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to Justine College? I'll start out with a couple clarifying questions. So it looks like it was a July 2022 license. You're back to an annual renewal. How many students are enrolled in your college right now?
Yeah, we have about 105.
Okay, thank you. How many per program? You have 2 programs, is that correct?
Yes, we have an LPN and RN associate degree.
And how many per program with the 105?
We have 25 LPN, about 80 RN.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
When I look at the financials from the summary sheet from 2023, working capital was negative, net equity also was negative. And what I saw is a more recent from April, I believe it is, working capital had improved and net income also had improved. Walk us through, congratulations, and walk us through the change and how you change the course from a financial standpoint.
Yeah, thank you. When we started the school, when we get our license, that was in July last year, no, July 2022, and we start marketing. And by January 2023, that when we start having classes. And we were pushing so much with a lot of marketing on all social media. And after we start having more students and we put the student on a payment plan that's comfortable for them. And that's how we were able to turn from a negative to a positive outcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or discussion?
One further follow-up. When is your first graduates or testers coming up? I'm sure it's the PN program soon.
Yeah, we have our last term for the RN that will be finished in December 14. And right after that, we're gonna give them an exit exams. That's probably around Christmas. So we expect them to have our first graduation in January. So that will give them a little time to prepare for the exit.
How about the PN program, the practical nursing?
Yeah, the PN program, we expect about September to have our first PN program ready to take their exit exams.
That's coming up soon. So are you,
yes.
You guys excited for that?
Very, very. We've been working very hard with them.
Great. Well, look forward to seeing those results. So congratulations on that first year here.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. The next institution is North Palm College of Nursing, Altamont Springs, number 11493. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Yes, it's Sharif Grizzle, Chief Technology Officer with North Palm College of Nursing.
Good morning. Just pausing to see if anybody was joining you today.
There is one more individual, the Director of Nursing.
Can you please raise your hand so we can find you in the list? We were able to locate the director.
Sorry about that. My name is Verna Grizzle. I was just trying to work it, but it didn't work so well. But anyways, I'm Director of Nursing, Verna Grizzle.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, any discussion in regards to North Palm College of Nursing?
Here, I have a question on the summary sheet. It shows that there's 0 students. I have a feeling that's incorrect, but just, or not updated. So what is your student count?
Yeah, we actually noticed that as well. This current student count is 33, and we started with 34 students.
And that's ASN, right?
Correct.
How long is that program? 2 years or a year and a half?
It's a year and a half, 18 months.
Okay, so next year will be when they complete?
Correct.
Great. How's it going?
There have been some challenges, but generally speaking, it's been pretty good. Our first cohort was in September, and it was positive. We've used the time since to refine the program, understand how the students are operating digitally. It's a completely different ballgame when they have to sort of log in and do things online. So we're finding the issues that the students are having and correcting that as we go along, hopefully to improve the program.
It's a really high retention rate, 33 out of 34 from last September.
Correct. And we sort of want to keep everybody engaged and motivated to continue on the program. The feedback has been positive so far. So that's a good thing. Like I said, it's just looking at the data and analyzing where every student is and understanding the pitfall and making those corrections moving forward.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one clarifying question in regards to that. My notes show 33 students active and 9 graduates planned in 2025. Did I read that correctly? Did I write it down correctly in that regard?
You did. That is correct. About 11 of our students actually transferred in. They're active LPNs. So we did transfer some of their credits over, and they have the core nursing courses that they need to do, which would be at the end of 25. By the time they're finished everything with our program, they should be eligible to or get authorization to test.
Okay. Was the original cohort in September of 23 then 34 students, or have you had subsequent cohorts since September?
We've had subsequent cohorts. The first group was 11 students, and we've had 2 more additional start dates since then.
Okay, so if my math does well, 11 started cohorts, 9 are going to graduate and test sometime in 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis, may I ask a question of the institution?
Yes, please.
So for your enrollments for your ASN program, are those all Florida students or do you have out-of-state students as well participating?
70% of the students right now are Florida-based, and we do have some students that are coming from out of state. And we've reached out to the state board and received authorization to accept those students from out of state as well.
And for those out-of-state students, how are they going to attend their clinicals and labs in Florida?
Once the core part of the program, theory part of the program is complete, they would be coming down to Altamont Springs. We have arrangements for the students within 11 miles, I believe, of our clinical location. So they come in, knock out all their clinicals over a period of 30 to 40 days, 1 to 2 weeks at a time, depending on the schedule.
And are you assisting them with their plane tickets and their housing during that time period?
Yes, we are. That is part of all of the tuition. That's all the students receive full disclosure as to what the total cost of the program would be, and that does include lodging, airfare, and to and from clinical sites. They just are responsible for their own meals while they're in Altamont Springs.
Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other discussion or questions? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks. Bye.
The next institution is Royal Advanced Institute, Miami, number 12705. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Gemma Nieto, consultant. I'm here with Mari Diaz, president owner, Alejandro Sanchez, lead instructor, and we have Mark Murray for legal counsel that will be joining. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Royal Institute, Miami, Royal Advanced Institute, Miami.
How many students do you currently have?
Our current enrollment is 23 students.
So for your financial improvement, what are your marketing plans to increase the number of students in order to be able to be sustainable?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We actually are looking at a very heavy program of presence in social media that is going to be continuing in this year and continuing to the next year as well. I don't know if you could hear me. Can you hear me well?
Well.
Can you hear us?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So I just
Yeah.
provided an answer. I don't know if you could hear me.
Yeah.
What besides the heavy presence in social media is what are your other marketing plans to drive enrollments?
basically it's going to be advertising. It's going to be, focusing on organizations that are going to be pretty much looking for the presence of those healthcare professionals from other countries that are going to be coming, and as well of, the presence of having those individuals. And of course, there's always word of mouth that is going to be helping us to bring all those new students.
And for clarification, you reading it, no online, it's all on campus. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Given your financial situation with negative working capital, negative net income, how are you going to fund the social media campaigns that you're referring to?
The allocation of funds, it's around $400 or $400, a little bit more. We're going to be allocating that initially, given our current financial situation.
And what is your enrollment goal coming up?
So the projected enrollment for 2024, 2025 is at 105 students total for the institution. We also have to note that they don't have any students enrolled in medical assistant and PCT at this moment. It's the only programs they have actively running is HHA, phlebotomy, and a nursing program. So then the financials submitted for 2023 just gave a snapshot of 5 months operating, because they received their license in July. They started operating at the end of that month with an HHA program. Then they started their new nursing program in January. And since then, there's a flow of students coming in. They also have a remediation course approved by the Board of Nursing that is offered here. So they've been slowly generating more awareness in the community and more awareness for enrollment.
Yeah, the concern I have is the $400 allocated to social media is not going to yield what you need in terms of what your enrollment plan is, unless I misunderstood you. So if you said $400, that's going to really challenge you to get up to that 100 enrollment. So I'm just, I know you're being diligent about it, but I'm concerned about what it's going to cost for you to be successful and being funded to do it properly.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can definitely revisit that budget to make sure that wasn't a monthly cost, or if it was meant to be a monthly cost, or if it's meant to be an overall cost.
Yeah, even a monthly cost would probably get you one student on what the industry average is. So, I mean, I think you're gonna have to find other ways and get creative on finding students if you want to meet that enrollment goal. There's something to be aware of as you're going through it, so you know that you're fighting an uphill battle with that allocation of dollars and given your financial situation.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Executive Director Hurst, is there guidance to add a contingency in regards to enrollments? I know there is a financial improvement plan in place. Is there any other recommended contingency, or does the FIP suffice?
You could ask or add a contingency to this institution to have them provide an updated Form 606 with updated enrollment numbers and expenses and updated to reflect realistic expenses.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion, commissioners?
Not at this point.
Can we just have a clarification? So when I draft this order, to reflect realistic expenses as to what? As to advertising?
Yes, marketing, yes.
So as to marketing, per the discussion that was just had. Okay, that is
Yeah.
the motion.
One way to stipulate that would be to provide realistic marketing projections relative to student recruitment goals.
Yep.
Is there any objection to adding this contingency from the commissioners? Any further discussion on this institute and or this added contingency? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the added contingency of providing an updated Form 606 with updated enrollments and realistic marketing expenses to drive these enrollments?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept this matter is adopted. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next institution is Starland College of Nursing, Lauderhill, number 11431. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Arlene Grant. I'm the president of Starland College of Nursing. And with me, I have Dr. Martin, who is our provost, Dr. Francis, our dean, and legal counsel, Mark Murray. Thank you for having us.
Thank you all. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, is there any discussion on Starland College of Nursing, please?
I wonder if maybe it'd be better to pose this question in a more open-ended fashion. Could you shed some light on how your financials are progressing?
Well, this year, our work, well, right now we're doing very well with that. We have had, hold on, I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm just finding it right now. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so in our first quarter, we generated generated revenue of approximately about 205,000. Now we have doubled it now. Okay, we have a good net profit and excellent working capital at this time. And we do have financials like up till June of this year, so we can send that in.
Any other questions or discussion?
Could you clarify for me which programs have students and how many there are in each of them?
Okay, so we have the associate degree, associate degree nursing program, and right now we have 97 students. We have an RN to BSN program, however, we have no students there.
Opinion in September.
Are you working towards institutional accreditation?
Absolutely.
Which agency are you applying to?
Middle States.
We have completed the application process with Middle States Commission on Higher Education, and we are in the application process with ASEN for our nursing programs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Have you had any students graduate from the ASN program at this point?
No, not at this point.
When are you projecting the first graduates?
November, early
Okay.
November.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion, commissioners?
Audited financials soon, because some of the data that we got was prepared by you guys, not audited. So that is one of the important things that we need to have.
The financials
Were
were
audited.
audited. We have a CPA firm that
Domingo.
audited. Domingo Alvarez is our auditor, and those were submitted with our application for annual licensure.
And commissioners, just to confirm that statement with the institution, we do have your audited financials. Those are from December of 2023. I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page and looking at the correct documents. What we received in the interim were interim balance sheets that appear to be internally compiled that do show the positive working capital and the net income, but those were not completed by a CPA. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's exactly what I meant. Sorry.
And another question related to your financials. You did mention that your June financials were complete at this time. Have those been audited by a CPA, or are those internal financials as well?
Internal, they're internal.
So for clarification, what I'm hearing is the last audited financials were December 23, which had a negative working capital and a net loss. The interim this year, as of June, are internal balance sheets and not audited by a CPA. Is that correct?
And that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So it seems like this can go several ways. I'm leaning towards accepting staff recommendation with the contingency that we receive. Audited financials consistent with GAAP in, say, 180 days, so that we can have documentation of the improved financial situation from an audited source. And that would give them enough time to prepare that, but it would impose an impediment. What does the commission think?
Makes sense to me.
Or any objection from any commissioners to adding this contingency? Executive first, as well as Mr. Junta. Any feedback on that, guidance?
We would recommend adding the contingencies that they provide an updated financial audit completed by a CPA in accordance with GAAP that reflects sufficient resources. And per the commission, they would be given 180 days to complete that requirement.
Any further discussion from the commissioners in this regard, adding this contingency? Any public comment to this matter?
There is none, but I do have one additional question for the institution in regards to their advertising for these programs. So I believe commission staff shared with the institution, we had a couple of concerns related to their websites, specifically the kind of advertisements where they are having individuals tell about their experience at the school and provide testimonials for this. There's a couple of them, which I quote, say, "I am now working as an ICU nurse." There's another one that says, "I don't know if I would be the nurse I am today if it wasn't for her." And what I'm hearing from the institution is there have been no graduates. So that appears to be a little, maybe there's a discrepancy between the testimonials that are being put on the website. If you could kind of speak to that, we would appreciate it.
Okay, so those testimonials are due to the fact that I've taught those students before at other institutions. They did not specifically say it was for Starling College of Nursing, but these, I used to be their instructors for, years. I have been a nursing instructor since 1998.
But that wasn't your website, though. That was the institution's website, Starlin, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be very misleading to a prospective student doing research. It shows that you have a reputation in preparing and succeeding nurses. I mean, if it was your personal website and you had that unrelated to your professional company here, maybe it's different. But you're representing the school.
We definitely will remove it from the website. That's fine.
This is Mark Murray chiming in, legal counsel for Starling. I am curious, would it be the commission's position that a school could not utilize as its advertisement that the school is being run by a teacher who's well-known and well-loved? Could you have testimonials that say, "I can't believe that Dr. Grant has opened her own school. She's fantastic. I taught her. I learned from her. Everybody's going to get a great education." If that's not prohibited, then certainly we could probably change this to be that. But I'm a little concerned that can't be used in advertisement. I think that's supremely effective advertisement.
Except it's not clear. It had to be clear.
We could clarify it. Yeah, we can clarify. I just wanted to know if it was the commission's position that we couldn't utilize a testimonial about the professor being a good professor that happens to now own and has just opened a school.
And Mr. Murray, I don't think that we would be stating that. That is not the position that we as a commission are taking, to say that you can't have students that are giving accolades to an owner of an institution who was their previous teacher. What we are stating is, in this particular case, it does look a little misleading because it doesn't specify that those students didn't attend this school. So in this context, it appears that that student may have graduated from Starlin College of Nursing.
Okay, well, we can adjust the testimonial to say I had this teacher at a different nursing school, and then the rest would be fine. This teacher has been an amazing support system throughout my academic career, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay, because you singled it in on the fact that she's an ICU nurse. I mean, I just don't think that means that we're broadcasting that, well, I got a bachelor's degree from her or something like that. That's what I was curious about.
Yes, it just comes off as a little misleading to the public when it has the connotation that it is on her website. And once again, we would not want to say that students cannot give accolades to a teacher or a professor for which they have previously been taught, but we would want it to be clarified that this student is not a graduate of Starland College of Nursing.
You could also clarify it perhaps by relabeling that section. The section, it's Starland College of Nursing's website, and the section is simply titled Testimonials, which implies that it's a testimonial about Starland College of Nursing. Perhaps that might be cumbersome, but if you potentially reworded the title of that section to specify who or what was being testified to.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. Thank you.
And Dr. Grant, if I may ask, since you do have these accolades on your website, which institutions have you previously taught at?
Broward College, University of Miami, Barry University, MedLife, Siena College, Azor College, just multiple, yeah.
Thank you. And at Siena and Azure, I am familiar with those two colleges. Were you professors at those two institutions, or did you also hold other positions?
I was a professor, and I also hold other positions, yes.
And which other positions did you hold?
I was at one time their dean of nursing.
The dean of nursing for which institution?
Both institutions. Yeah.
Okay.
And Dr. Grant, just to clarify, is it your testimony? And Mr. Murray, I mean that in the non-technical sense. Are you attesting before the commission that these testimonials on the website are from real flesh and blood people and not...
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
So Executive Hurst, is there an additional contingency to add in addition to the updated audited financials within 180 days?
Yes, we would recommend that the institution revise their website to ensure that the testimonials are not misleading to the public.
To be clear, it's a staff recommendation that the commission add that as a mandatory contingency, not that the commission itself recommend that to the institution.
Thank you. Commissioners, any feedback or any objection to adding these two contingencies to the motion? Any discussion?
No, they seem to optimize accountability with minimal constraint for the institution that would adversely affect it.
Thank you. Agree. Any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations with the two added contingencies?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation with the added two contingencies is adopted. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next institution is United International College, Miramar, number 2316. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here for the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Angelica Moyano.
and I am the academic director of the institution.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Marcela Moyano, and I'm a member of the corporate board and a member of the board of directors.
We're also here with Dr. Matos in case that there are any questions regarding accreditation.
Thank you. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. We made it. It's 12 o'clock. Glad you're here with us.
That's right. Thank you for having us.
Commissioners, is there any discussion? And it's just for reference as well from our notes. There was a sub change November 2022, change to creditor. There was a financial improvement plan as well. And now obviously back up for annual renewal to return to an annual license, excuse me. How many active students do you have? How many are currently enrolled in your school?
We have around 200 students.
Okay.
In how many programs?
We have 10 programs. I'm sorry, we have 9 programs.
What's your situation with Title IV now? Is your institution eligible for Title IV?
No, currently we're not eligible for Title IV due to the loss of accreditation.
Okay. Therefore, you have to update your catalog because you cannot make references to Title IV, which is misleading to students that may not have the money to pay the tuition.
Correct. The new catalog is being published in the next couple of days. And that's one of the contingencies that we'll be fixing.
And who are you now seeking accreditation from? Sorry, are you seeking accreditation right now? And if so, by what corporation?
Yes, could you I'm going to have Dr. Leah Matos answer that question. If you can please help me with unmuting her and allowing her to speak.
I did. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
It appears that the institution is still on the line, but they have muted themselves. If you could unmute yourself, please. You are now unmuted.
If you are talking, unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Could you please help me unmuting Dr. Leah Matos?
May I speak now? Can I hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Love technology. Good afternoon, Commission. The United International College started its institutional accreditation process in the fall of 2022. We have gone now through a second, actually we're in our third cycle of the required review process in order to welcome an evaluation team. We will be submitting our last final update of our sub-study as a matter of fact at the end of this month. and we will be welcoming the evaluation team on September 3rd.
Which agency?
Distance Education Accrediting Commission, DEAC.
DEAC, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one other question regarding graduate. I see you have 21 graduates, but there's a 0% for your placement rate. Have you not been able to gather this data, or are you familiar with where your students are being employed?
Yeah, yes, sure. I can answer that. I always get this question. Most of our our students, 100% of our students are international students. So we're not required to report placement for international students due to visa regulations.
And your current students that are enrolled are all international?
Currently, we have probably 98% of students that are international students holding an I-20, and maybe like 2% that are domestic students. In the previous reported graduation data, 100% of those students were international students.
Thank you.
Do you have plans to increase the Florida or the U.S. student population, or is this the norm that your plan, your strategy to be 98 to 100% international students?
Yes, we do have plans of increasing domestic enrollment. However, right now we have to focus on international enrollment because of the fact that we're not eligible for Title IV yet.
Yeah, understood.
If I can add to that, as part of the accreditation process, and obviously due to the loss of Title IV, we were able to also communicate with the Office of Financial Assistance. So we have been in communication with them, as well as the Accrediting Commission, so that we can have as little of a lapse possible during this initial institutional accreditation process, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other discussion or questions? Is there any public from the any public comment on this matter?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So move.
Second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next institute, number 11, is Vedere. Sorry, so sorry if I mispronounced. Institute Clearwater, number 12623. Staff recommendations have been provided, and if you're here for the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Let me just check everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I am Dr. Nuptej Dasanj, and I'm the CEO of Vedere Institute. It's pronounced Vedere, but you can say Vedere as well. I'm joined on the call by our chairman, Dr. Pariksit Singh, and Colin Bezanar, who is our associate dean, and Rob Schenk from the Legis Group, who is our advisor.
Thank you. Welcome. And I apologize for mispronouncing. Names are important.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a name change to Videri University, as well as program modifications. Commissioners, are there any questions or discussion, please?
Well, these are certainly high priority areas of study right now. So kudos to you for rising to the occasion and helping to create the supply that can eventually meet the demand.
Thank you.
Can you just say a few, I know this is a broad question, but can you just say a few comments about how your institution's background kind of set you on a trajectory to make these additions in a way that's feasible?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we think about new programs, we think about it in the context of the brand that we have and the brand that we're trying to achieve, which are closely aligned anyway. So we're essentially a healthcare management brand together with technology, AI, blockchain. And the reason for that is that healthcare is one of those sectors like education that is hugely susceptible to current and future disruption with those new technologies. And that presents obviously possibilities. So there's a reason to study healthcare management with technologies such as AI and generative AI, machine learning, and blockchain. And overall, the goal is, if I can say this, is to carry that brand forward, broaden that brand, deepen that brand, so that we can move to regional accreditation through DEAC and/or Northwestern, with that brand as a central theme to what we're doing. And it's also, I think, worthwhile saying, when we choose those programs, it can't just be about brand. We want to know that the students can get jobs in these areas in the future. And I think we would all agree that students can get jobs in these areas. But equally importantly, we want to make sure that we do have the relevant expertise in these areas. And we do have the relevant expertise in these areas. We have we have access to some of the top guys around on these programs.
That sounds fantastic. And I think everything that you propose sounds consonant and within kind of wavelength of everything else. The only one here that is, I think, a bit further within kind of concentric circles is the relationship between healthcare and blockchain. There's a bigger kind of gap there than between any of the two other items that you proposed, but that's an area of rapidly progressing research. So
may I speak to that? Because obviously in the US, there's an interoperability problem with healthcare. And blockchain is one of the possible solutions to that interoperability problem, and that's why it's worth the sort of effort to do that, because we have the expertise in house already. The guy who teaches that, I know him. He's taught for me before at other schools in the UK on this subject. So it's worthwhile making that leap. Because it's a good enough program in its own right. Plus, it could be one of the solutions to the big problem in the US healthcare system, which is interoperability.
Understood. I mean, yeah, right now we have FHIR that tries to solve that, but blockchain, I mean, there's been recent attempts by, for example, Dr. Sengupta in South Florida to develop Panther Chain to test out that very idea. Well, I won't delay us any further with this, but thank you.
Appreciate the questions. Thank you.
I have a question around the faculty. I see you have a physical address in Clearwater, but I do not see any faculty that are based in Florida. Everyone appears to be in Europe and maybe one in Texas, I believe.
So currently, up until today, the programs have been online, synchronous and asynchronous. So the faculty have been they can be wherever they are because the program is taught online. As part of this application, we're expanding that, hopefully, with your permission, to continue with online, but also have a face-to-face element, a hybrid face-to-face element. And we would either fly the faculty out there to do that segment. It's a Monday to Friday segment over a 7-week period, and we would either fly the faculty out there, but we do have connections in the States anyway if we wanted to expand our faculty pool. But there's no real need at the moment to have physical permanent faculty. That would add financial burden without any benefit. We have an adjunct model at the moment, and I think we continue that until we start getting to regional accreditation. Talking of regional accreditation, in anticipation of approval for our annual license, we've already completed much of the documentation for DEAC, and a lot of that documentation can be used in slightly different forms for Northwestern as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussions, commissioners? Very exciting programs. Exciting to see this occurring.
Thank you. We'd like to be known, Commissioner, as we'd like to be known now and in the future as Florida's healthcare management and technology AI university. That's what we'd like to be known as. So thank you for saying that.
Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, commissioners. Really appreciate your time. And thank you to the executive director and her team for putting this together so well. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. We're on item D on the agenda, applications for extension of annual license. There are no items in this section. Item E is applications for annual renewal. There are 20 items in this section. Number 6042, which is item 18 in the section, is requested to be removed from consideration as waive their 90-day rights. Is there a motion to consider the remaining 19 by consent?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items that you want to pull. Commissioner Cross, are there any items you would like to pull?
Commissioner Cross has stepped out of the meeting for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Marty, are there any items you would like to pull?
No, because 18 removed themselves, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Stefano, any items you would like to pull?
No, as my fellow commissioner just stated, number 18 is on the list. So as of right now, I don't have any others.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitaker, any items you would like to pull?
I do not.
I do not as well. Director Hurst, does staff wish to pull any items?
I would like to pull number 10.
Thank you. Should we wait for Commissioner Cross or proceed?
You have quorum, so you may proceed.
Thank you. Are there any representatives for the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any schools not polled, which is so far number 10 only?
There is no comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on numbers 1 through 9 and 11 through 20, excluding number 18, to approve, excuse me?
So moved.
So,
I heard it first and a second. All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Moving to those that have been pulled, which will be number 10, which is Hart Associates Institute, Boynton Beach, number 7925. There it is. If the school is available, hang on. If you're here at the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Roger Fimelus, the campus director of Hart Associate Institute.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Director Hurst, will you introduce questions, comments, discussion in regards to this institute?
I would. Thank you for being here, Director Roger. I had a couple of questions surrounding your practical nursing program, and I see your trends for 22-23. There were approximately 117 students enrolled. 21-22, it shows approximately 24 enrolled, but I'm not seeing any graduates no graduates reported for those years. And then when I looked at the NCLEX rates, it appears that there's one tester. Can you speak to that situation?
Yes, Dr. Hurst. We do have, the PN, the enrollment was 117, as you mentioned. For graduate, I just have an updated list right here. We have a 19 student graduated. One of them just took the NCLEX and she passed it the first time. I'm looking right here at her result from the HESI exit exam. She did very well on her exit, and then she went to take the NCLEX. She passed in the first time. And also we have 4 that are scheduled to take the exam very soon, I think probably by next month. And then last week, there is another one that just passed the HESI exit exam that would be planning to take the NCLEX exam as well. So in summary, we have 19 graduates for the PN program.
And just to clarify what I heard, there's 19 graduates, 3 have taken the test thus far and passed. Is that correct?
As far as I know, there's 1 that took the NCLEX and passed the NCLEX.
And there's 4 additional scheduled for next month.
4 additional scheduled, yes. And last week, 1 just passed the HESI exit. That would be scheduled very soon to take the NCLEX as well.
Thank you for the clarification on that. I missed the SE exit. That's where I got my extra number for. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And from those graduates for the PN, the 22-23, with the 19 graduates, what is the plan for the remaining ones? That's quite a few graduates who haven't committed to sitting yet for that test. Have you reached out to them? Are they planning to take it shortly?
Yes, we do have contact. We're trying to work with them to work on the HESI exit exam. The HESI exit, the minimum score to pass the HESI is they need a 900 of the test, and we're working with them. They're working with the ATI as well. ATI, they're waiting to get the green light to take the exam. So they're working every day. They have their schedule with ATI and also with other resources from HESI. So once they are ready, we just order the exam and then have them take the exam. So that way to increase the chance of passing the first time. So her main purpose, her main goal is to, help the student after, a long period of time studying nursing, so they can pass the exam on the first attempt.
And then can you give me the date of enrollment for those 19 graduates?
Excuse me?
Can you give me the date of graduation for those 19 students?
Date of graduation, give me 1 second here. They graduate last December. December 2023. Based on my records.
Thank you. And commissioners, that concludes my questions for the institution at this time.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions from the commissioners? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation for, again, number 10, Arts Associates Institute, Boynton Beach, number 7925?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for each one of you.
Item F on the agenda is applications for license by means of accreditation. There are 2 items in this section. These institutions will be taken individually. The first institution is Activa Training Center Miami, number 5829. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. This is Veronica Moreno, School Director.
Good afternoon. This is Rafael Moreno, CEO.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to this training center, this institution? I'll ask the question as I'm looking for the response, so I'm sure you can give it faster. You're granting the termination of electricity diploma and phlebotomy diploma programs. Out of curiosity, is it low enrollments? What is the reason for your choice to terminate both of these programs?
Yeah, lower enrollment. Lower enrollment.
Okay, thank you.
We're focusing.
Keep going. What were you going to say, please?
Well, we have our accrediting agency visit last in December 2023. They noticed that we haven't enrolled them for the last 2 years, at least last 2 years. So they recommend to reapply for this program or close the program right now. Just that's what we are doing. We follow the recommendation and we are focusing on the nursing program and the HHA program right now.
And how many students are currently? I see 578, but I know that that's not current statistics for enrollment. How many students are in school right now for the other 2 programs?
The nursing program, we have 70 students active. Then HHA program is once a month. So basically we have only around 40 or 50 students for the HHA program.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, I would like to make a correction to the staff recommendation. Currently, it states that we are requesting the submission of Form 803 based on the most recent data reported to the Distance Education Accrediting Commission. That should reflect instead the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges, which is ACCSE.
Thank you. Noted. Any other questions or discussions, Commissioners? Any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation, updated recommendation?
I move.
Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much
Thank
to
you.
you as well.
The next institution is CIE University, Reddick, number 5319. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Hello, this is Lisa Trevisanello. I'm the provost at CIE University. Thank you for having us here. And with me, I have the Chief Financial Officer, Yi-Wei Lee, and the Assistant Registrar, Amber Cochran.
Thank you. Welcome. Commissioners, any discussion on the university? I think this is the first I've seen of veterinary medicine that has come across our commission meetings in the past two years. Like to see it. Dog lover, 4 dogs and a cat, so I support for sure. What's your enrollment of students currently?
As of today, we have 235 students. All our students are current veterinarians already graduated from a vet school or veterinary school students. So 235 in all our programs.
Excellent. Any questions from any commissioners? Any public comment on this matter?
No.
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Mr. Christopher DeSalvo.
Thank you. I'm sure he will be listening to this and will appreciate that. I am going to give a motion that we take a brief lunch break. What do you all think? Is it time?
We would support a lunch break.
Thank you. Do we need to take a vote? I'm kidding. It's 12:30. What works for everybody? Half an hour? 20 minutes?
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock? Does that work for everybody?
Could we return at 1:15?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much.
We will adjourn until 1:15.
Okay.
Thank you all.
We have all returned from lunch break, so I will turn it back over to you, Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
Thank you. Hope everybody had a good lunch, good break. We are on item G of the agenda, which is annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 6 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items that you want to pull. Commissioner Cross, are there any items you want to pull?
There's none.
Thank you. Commissioner Marty?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Whitaker?
I thank you.
Thank you. None for me as well. Director Hurst, does staff wish to recommend pulling any items?
None.
Thank you. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 through 6?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for all of these institutions. Section H on the agenda is applications
Commissioner,
for
I'm sorry to interrupt. One pause real quick. I think we did have a public comment. Someone put their hand up, so we're just checking to make sure that they...
I am so sorry.
No, it's okay. They did not re-raise their hand, so you're free to move on.
Thank you. Item H on the agenda.
Sorry. It's the beauty of technology. We're delayed by like 5 seconds. The individual is back.
Perfect.
And you are unmuted.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Bob Harris. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. How are you, Bob?
Hey, I'm doing great. Good afternoon. I apologize. On one of the items, it's number 2, HCI College, Fort Lauderdale, the staff recommendation says the license, but it's approved the annual review, but it says the license by means of accreditation continues in force through March 31, 2023.
Yes, it does.
That is their actual date of accreditation. So that is not a clerical error. I know it looks strange on these papers, but when we do their license by means of accreditation, we do it through the date of their accreditor's renewal. They are working on their renewal currently with their accreditor. We have received information that they are in the process, but we just haven't received those final documents to update the date yet.
And that's fine. So does that mean once they get that update, that date will be extended to their, whatever their next date of accreditation is?
That is correct.
Okay, that's fine. Madam Chair, Ms. Hurst, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm pausing. We're moving to item H on the agenda, which is applications for program approvals and modifications. There are 5 items in this section. I am affiliated with number 5. And a school in this section, and I will need to abstain from voting on this section. So is there a motion to consider these applications by consent, first of all?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
So motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner which they would like to pull. I will start out with, I will be pulling number 5 because that's where I need to abstain. So we'll include that right off the bat. Commissioner Cross, are there any others you would like to pull?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitaker?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Director Hurst, does staff wish to pull any other items besides number 5?
No.
Thank you. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public that would like to comment on any schools not pulled, which is 1 through 4?
There is no comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 through 4 to approve these brain's gone, these applications?
I move.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? So motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions 1 through 4. The institution number 5, Universal Technical School, South Florida, Miramar, number 9036. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. This is Crystal Allen. I'm representing Universal Technical Institute as their Vice President of Compliance Operations. I also have Bonnie Bilodeau on the line, who is our Regional Compliance Analyst. Unfortunately, our campus president was unable to make today's call based on a family emergency, so we're representing the institution.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion about Universal Technical Institute, South Florida, Miramar?
We really appreciate you lending us Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis. So thank you for.
Thank you. Happy to do it. She's been wonderful.
But in terms of the substance of what's being proposed, I don't have any questions or concerns. I think everything is addressed in the staff recommendation and provided documents.
Any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation? I will be abstaining, of course, for this staff recommendation. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
The motion to accept staff recommendations is adopted. Thank you so much, Crystal Blue and Bonnie.
Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Item I on the agenda is motion for extension of licensure. There are 4 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner if you have any items you would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Thank you. Commissioner Marty?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitaker?
I do not.
Director Hurst, are there any that staff wish to recommend to pull?
No.
Thank you, and I do not either. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any of these schools that were not pulled?
There are no comments.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 4?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes as staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Item J on the agenda is extension for license. There are 4 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. Commissioner Cross, are there any items you would like to pull?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Whitaker?
No, thank you.
I do not either. Director Hurst, does staff wish to recommend pulling any items?
No.
Thank you. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on these, on any schools not pulled?
There are no comments.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 4?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. We are on item K on the agenda, which is extension of time to comply with contingencies. There is one item in this section. University of Fairfax, Orlando, staff recommendations have been provided. Commissioners, is there any discussion on this school? This is one that they're changing location, just for clarity. Is there any public on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Item L on the agenda is substantive change approval. There are 4 items in this section. They will be taken individually. Number 1, the institution is Educare Envision College of Nursing, Melbourne, number 6478. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
So there is no representative on the line. They did send us an email letting us know that unfortunately they would not be able to attend the meeting, but they did want to let the board know that their current NCLEX pass rate is 100% for both their RN and PN program.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion in regards to this college? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. The second institution is Evolution Health Academy, Miami Gardens, number 5870. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
There are no representatives on the line.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion on this academy, this institution?
I just want to note, Chair, that the Q2 pass rates declined significantly. So it was 33% for RN and 16% for PN. I know they're working through the recommendations, but it's not a good trend to see that.
Thank you for sharing that information. Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Next school is Florida Global University, Doral, number 3180. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Perez Alonso. I'm the registrar for the university, and connected are also our president, Dr. Jose Gerardo Guarisma Jr., our provost, Dr. Asira de Pelicaez, and our director of admissions, Pedro Cabrera.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Commissioners, any questions or discussion, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to hear from you in terms of your target market. Who do you envision pursuing a doctorate in these two areas, and what opportunities does a doctorate open up for them in those areas as compared to, say, a master's degree and a substantial portfolio?
Thank you for your question, sir. Definitely, we have a number of graduates of our master's programs within the MBA and their different majors that have a shared interest in extending and entering a doctorate program. We also have a number of students abroad and in the US that have not been part of our institution that are interested in the program. We truly believe that students should have an opportunity of becoming a cornerstone of development in their communities, particularly students with Hispanic heritage in the region. So we believe there's definitely a market, and we know because of direct contact with our graduates.
Your program is going to be completely online?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you planning to market this here in South Florida, or you also have idea of going international with these programs?
We are marketing in South Florida, of course, but we are also through alliances with international universities advertising abroad as well.
If I may just, I'm sorry.
When do you
Yes,
expect
sir.
to open the programs?
Well, we're waiting on the approval, ma'am, to start looking at that process, but we do have a number of interested students already. So
If I may return to the former question, so I
yes, sir.
think that you answered that you've received some expressed interest from prospective students, which is great, but it didn't really get to the essence of what I was asking. If you think about it, right, typically doctoral programs are oriented towards research, teaching, or an advanced practice of something that requires that additional expertise. And I'm wondering, in terms of what difference this would make for someone related to job prospects, is this perhaps a pipeline for them to get teaching positions in these areas, or is that kind of like your primary focus, or is it for them to do, let's say, research and publish on, in these areas, or is it that they will become advanced practitioners, and therefore, in some ways, this is kind of like getting a master's degree with an expansive kind of portfolio, and adding to it an extra amount of credentialing, as it were. So I'm generalizing here, but I hope you could see the nature of the
I
question.
understand your question, sir. Definitely. And the first three elements that you mentioned are definitely options for students who partake in our program. Because of the track record of our provost and the team in the university, we are very heavy on research and the importance of it. Both the entrepreneurship and the marketing program, as well as our other offerings in the university, align with the needs of a global economy and our academic community. We want students, whether they are South Floridians or not, to have an opportunity of truly bringing into the community their expertise, whether it's through teaching, whether it's through expanding the research capabilities, or it is in fact impacting the industry in which they dedicate. We focused primarily on entrepreneurship and marketing because they are the fastest growing focuses within the realm of administration. And we truly believe that we will allow not only our current graduates from the master's programs interested in participating, but as well as the others, we will help them impact their communities and truly believe that. The particularities of the program allow for those options that you mentioned to be true. And that will depend on each student. We will definitely build with them the portfolio necessary for them to do that. And it's part of the efforts of bringing an experience in education that is strong enough to change lives. At the end, that's why you and us dedicate ourselves to education. We truly believe in that.
So your response partially answered why these areas of study as opposed to why a doctoral program, right?
Okay.
But maybe one way of getting at this is to say the doctorate program is going to cost them, a good amount beyond, let's say, a master's degree. What benefit do they get in terms of career path and job prospects from doing the doctorate program as opposed to just doing the master's program?
Well, there's definitely the greater insight, the greater focus within the program, and allowing the students to go much deeper than in a master's program. This is about truly developing a professional who can go in and enter a full-blown research possibilities within the realm of administration, particularly entrepreneurship and marketing. Why a PhD over a master's? Simply because we bring that in our DNA. We want the research capabilities. We want to provide our students with the opportunity of, through research and understanding of deeper content and understanding of different areas, to truly and significantly impact their own lives and the people around them. So we strongly believe that it's not at the master's levels. It is, in fact, we need to go higher in order to have that greater impact.
If I may translate what you're saying, and tell me if I got this right, of the three primary reasons why people offer doctoral programs, you're basically saying, well, the focus of this is to develop advanced practitioners who would have the optional capacity to develop or focus on teaching and/or research.
That's
Did
correct.
I get that dominant recessive relationship there right?
Yes, well, as I said, we're looking for a more comprehensive exploration of the complex fields within the realm of the program to really help them develop their advanced research skills and enabling them to have that original knowledge and lead within the realm of impact. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions or discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Number 4, the institution is Kepler Space University, Bradenton, number 6133. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, will you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello, this is Natay Sushariba from Kepler Space University. I'm the VP of Administration.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any discussion or questions in regards to Kepler Space University?
Could you speak to how you see your current financial prospects and long-term sustainability?
Yes, absolutely. We have just recently, last year, become a university. Before that, we were an institute with programs that were certificate programs, always with the goal of offering a master's degree and eventually a doctoral degree. In this transition, we have transitioned into focusing more on sponsored research. We had our first sponsored research program kick off this past year, and it was very successful. Actually, the financials, how they're reflected, showing the liability, that's actually been resolved. That liability, since the audit was done, has been paid off, and we'll be submitting that in the fall meeting where we're expected to report back, because the research has been underway and that money has come in. So that's the new model for us. We find that the largest obstacle for our students is tuition. We're not a Title IV school. We don't have financial aid. We offer limited payment programs. Some of our students are US based. The older ones who are further into their careers can afford the tuition out of pocket, even with the low cost of our tuition being an online university. People just out of their undergrad, international students from countries where the pay scale is different, really struggle. So we've just started to implement scholars program where we offer a 50% scholarship. We've got 6 new students coming in for fall semester with that. And then with the sponsored research, we're moving into a model where we will go out ourselves, find the research projects, and then identify students to work in those projects and have part of that money to pay their tuition as well as the professors. So we're just in a transition period with our business model, transitioning more into purely sponsored research based.
Well, I applaud you on the ingenuity and the how can I say this? The strategic optimization of trying to kind of pivot that way and to use sponsored research to, one, advance the research objectives, but also two, as a mechanism for facilitating and supporting education. So kudos to you on that, and I hope it is able to turn things around and that you're able to achieve those aims.
Well, so this past year, we actually had more revenue than any other year because of the sponsored research. So we had our regular amount of tuition in addition to sponsored research. It was our CEO, he personally paid some of our expenses in advance of us getting the money from the sponsored research. And that was what created that liability. And since the money has now come in, because it was a contract with a government entity and things take time, as you can imagine, that liability has gone away. So we actually had much more revenue last year than we have in years past. The other thing that we did as well, before the end of the year, we prepay all of our expenses for the following year. So unfortunately, it's a choice that we make to make sure that that all the resources we need have already been paid before we go into the following year. But it does take a big chunk of our money before the audit is done. So year end, we have no bills looking forward because everything's been paid for the following year, but we also are low on cash at that point due to that. So it's it's a good business model for us because it ensures that we have everything we need for the following year by prepaying for everything, but it does put a hit on our bank account right before our bookkeeping closes for the audit to be done.
I greatly appreciate the context and the explanation, because we go through hundreds, if not thousands, of pages, and
sure,
framing it helps us to put it in the right light. So I'll see if any of the other commissioners or staff have any comments. But thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Having this context helps to understand your business model and why the financial challenges you've had actually occurred. Thank you for sharing your business model from a university standpoint, as well as your financial model. Helps us to understand who you are as a university and the depth of the strategy that you have.
I'll make one other comment to our financial strategy, which is probably not the best strategy for a for-profit if you were outside of education, but because the people in our group who started this university, me included, the goal has always been to move the needle forward for space settlement, to move the research forward, to make large contributions. And so any money that we have that comes in, it always goes back into the students in form of scholarships. So we do stay quite lean. Hopefully we'll have enough research where we can build a bit of a war chest, but we purposefully, if there's any excess of money, that always goes into scholarships to bring more people in, to do more research, to have more things published, because that's our main goal. We're all true believers. We're all enthusiasts. We're all have been in the industry for many, many years. And that's the most important thing to us. And, the money will come, but right now, the most important thing for us is giving those opportunities to the future workers of this industry and seeing that work move forward.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or discussions? Is there any public comment on this matter?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So the motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Section M, branch campus applications. There are none in this meeting. Section N on the agenda is name change applications. There are no items in this section. Section O, religious colleges, sworn affidavits, 77 were submitted. Is there a motion to take these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner which items they would like to have pulled. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No, not.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Whitaker?
None, thank you.
I do not have any either. Director Hurst, does staff wish to pull any items?
None.
Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public that would like to comment on any schools not pulled?
There are no comments.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation for all of these religious colleges?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Agent training programs. There are no agent training programs for consideration in section P. Consideration of agenda items. We are in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you all so much. Any comments from today before we close out? Then I don't have a gavel here, but we are adjourned until recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.